You're good?
We're good.
All right, good evening, everyone. I'm going to call our meeting to order and we stand for Canada, remain standing for a moment.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us come. With open hearts we see the right, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on God for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you. Nice. Yeah. Nice to have a little choir singing of Canada with us, especially these days. Right, Lieutenant Sandberg.
We have regrets from Councillor Ferguson.
If there's any exposure of community interest, general mention thereof, you've got Stephen at this time, and you have Bryson. So we have our consent items, both the agenda and the minutes. Is there a mover and secondary for the motion that council will be following such items? Low and seconded by Councillor Stewart. Any discussion or comment? Heard the minutes. Seeing none, all in favor? Thank you. Carries. And this brings us to delegations, deputations, and presentations, of which we have 2 of 3, which is usually our case. Just to refresh council and those in the gallery this evening, can you let us know the difference of what we'll be hearing this evening?
Sure. So first, to kick things off, we have a deputation from Mr. Tim Woods. He's with Lanark County. A deputation is when a presentation is given from another level of government or a consultant and is at the invitation of the municipality of Mississippi Mills or council. So that's what Mr. Woods here is to present to us today. The second is a delegation, which we traditionally see, and that's when a request is sent and submitted to the clerk's department, and the clerks review it to make sure it's compliant with the procedural bylaw. And there's some rules around delegations, but if those are met, then they are placed on an available agenda.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Mr. Woods, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Enormously timely and everything is on board. Asking about the priorities.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
We'll pass it right to you. We've got your slides ready to go.
Okay. Thanks, everybody. So I won't take too long. Normally this takes me about 6 or 7 minutes or so to get through everything, and then we get to questions. I'll try to do this shortly. Okay, so yeah, so I'm here to talk about this project that we're doing in Lanark County, across Lanark County for 12 months, which started in May. It's called Business Retention and Expansion, and basically, in short, there's a project listening to businesses, finding out what businesses need to continue to succeed and to grow across the county. So as it shows on the presentation, the majority of jobs come from existing businesses, and so this project sort of has that as a key insight or foundational insight that we should be hearing from what the businesses that we already have that they do. and doing what we can to support them. The second bullet point there is so lower cost and lower risk than business attraction. Obviously, we're still interested in attracting new businesses to our area and finding what we can do to do that. We want new businesses to be created as well. This is about focusing on the needs of the current businesses. And we're going to be gathering a lot of data. We'll do at least 200 interviews across the county and use that information to find out, well, basically develop toward an action plan. That's also being served. So I'll just very quickly go through the 4 stages of the project very quickly. So stage 1 is all about getting the word out and recruiting volunteers. We've got about 45 volunteers who are interviewing businesses. And that's phase 2, the interview process that's already started. So there was a lot that went into phase 1, including writing all the questions, which we've got here, and basically finding out, what it is that we consider the most important information that we need to know for businesses. Phase 2 is doing the interviews. Obviously, there's that's about gathering in data as much as we can. But also, as we learn about these business needs, we talk about green flags and red flags. We're finding out when we're talking with businesses, we're looking for opportunities. The green flag is basically an opportunity for expansion or something that we can support with. And whereas a red flag would be something like a business saying, actually, they're planning on closing down and probably they won't be able to sell, they think, or something like that. And we can step in and maybe help them to have a better outcome than that and hopefully retain the business. So we're doing that alongside interviews. And then once we have all this data collected, we're going to turn it into goals and an action plan. Basically, in January, we're going to invite members of the community who want to across the county, hopefully with a lot of different backgrounds and expertise, to come together with, for several evenings of post-it notes, brainstorming and that kind of thing. We'll figure out what would be some really creative ways of addressing these issues and capitalizing on these opportunities that we found in the data. And then once we have a plan, we'll have for each of the action items, we're going to have a champion organization, and we'll kind of push forward and make sure that these things come to fruition. And which organizations those will be really dependent on what the data shows are the needs, of course. And obviously, ultimately, it's about implementation of these action items. So those are the 4 stages. The whole thing will take a year to get to the implementation stage, to get to the beginning of the implementation. So I'm just here to help to get the word out, and also, so these cards are around, so you have these in front of you, and there's some downstairs and also in other places in the community where you find little wrap cards like these. You can find this one. And using the QR code, businesses can sign up. So certainly we're at the stage of wanting to hear from businesses who'd like to be approached. And we of course, will follow up with those businesses that raise their hand and say that they're willing to be interviewed. I'm also keen to still, even though we've got a lot of volunteers trained already, I'm still very happy to train some additional volunteers. The more volunteers we get, the more businesses we can interview, the better the data that we have, and the more opportunities for like immediate support we're going to identify and be able to support businesses. Right. And again, in January, we're also going to be looking for people to come to those sort of to the data party and help us to get our plan together. And that's basically it in terms of the information. I'm very happy to take any questions.
Great. Well, thank you very much. And I'm sure you've done this a number of times, so I imagine it's going to be a number of questions. So I'll go around the table here with the C hands. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you. I see a farmer on your flyer, so I'm assuming you've talked to farmers in the ag business and they're included.
Yeah.
And will there be a way to focus on additional business opportunities for farmers, like additional opportunities for business on the existing ones.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, one of the questions that I often get is about how do we identify these businesses that we're approaching, so one of them is that we're hoping that they'll self-identify. But when it comes to, let's say, farms in particular, we've reached out to, there's a variety of ways, I'll say, that we've developed business lists. So we've got a Mississippi master list, and we've divided that list out to different teams who are approaching individual businesses, and a lot of the businesses I'm approaching myself. And I've also approached leaders in the agricultural community to say, these are some of the businesses we're aware of, but there will be some additional ones. We're really we're using a variety of means to build out the list of agricultural businesses. And certainly will be, the questions are basically designed to help to spark some new thinking. And second thing word.
Hey, Jan, welcome to Mississippi House. I just want to know if you are building off of our last BRNE that we've done at the county level, and whether there's going to be, some synergy between the two documents.
Yeah.
So that's question one. And question two is really about what happened today as our tariff war escalated, and the announcement from, I was looking for at the Ontario Chamber of Commerce. It's saying that we should be doing all we can to be able to think about how to strengthen the programs that we're offering to provincially and municipally. I assume, I don't know where the municipalities will fit in. But would you be able to tweak any questions to be able to say, in light of this business environment, would you X? So the past project and any questions that might be more applicable to our reality that we woke up to today.
Sure. Yeah, so the last time we did this was 2018. Was the data gathering. 2018 was the report, and I would say there's a lot of changes in the context now. So what we're doing now, in a way, does build off of the new context that we have. We certainly have or did benefit from those action items that were taken as a result of the last year. So I would say this is sort of more of a blank slate, at least letting the data speak for the current conditions and being really adaptive. So sometimes people, or even myself, I'm wondering, people wonder what we expect the data will show. And certainly we all have our ideas about what we think is probably going to show up. We're wanting to be led by the data and really hear what are the true concerns and needs of the business community. And I imagine the tariff issue is going to be, will probably show up, but sometimes things don't show up as much as we think things might. So yeah, and for the second part of your question there, I would say you can't probably adjust the survey. Well, we can speak more about that maybe, but it's probably not appropriate to adjust the current questions. We could add some additional questions, and I'd certainly be interested to hear if you have some other questions in mind. This idea of adaptation for the changing situation was a bit sort of already on the radar. Let's say when these questions were designed, and that was before the questions really are designed to help to get us to think of some new opportunities. And part of this process is that, as I said about the red flags and the green flags, we're sort of here in the middle between businesses and government funding sources, and so we're slightly more aware of some of these grants that are available. And so certainly during conversations, at the end of these conversations with businesses, I could actually show you we've got list of different resources that are available to businesses, including the grants. And so many of these are available because of the grants. So
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, thank you. You mentioned you had volunteers for interviews, right? And I was wondering, you mentioned people that are closing their businesses. That sparse?
So I haven't encountered a lot of businesses myself who are in that situation yet. So, is that what you're asking,
Yeah.
if it's coming up a lot? It's not coming up a lot, yet, but a bit, it does come up a little bit.
And the other question was, out of all the businesses in Latter County, I know we don't know exactly how many, but do you think they're gonna get to a majority?
So the numbers, we think there's something around 6,500 businesses in our county. And that could be a little bit off, actually, but that's the number that sort of here is the estimation. So not the majority. We won't be able to get to the majority. We're hoping to get to a good sample of them, but the way this is designed to be, not a short survey that everybody's answering, but quite an in-depth survey, which not as many are answering, but certainly we're very happy to speak to as many as we can.
So you're hoping to get to a cross section of businesses?
Yeah, definitely. So I'm thinking of across all of the different townships in the county. We're wanting to get a representative sample across all of the different areas, but also across the different sectors. We've got sector specific survey questions. So if it's an agricultural business, then we've got agricultural questions just for them. We've got retail specific questions, manufacturing specific questions, skill trades questions. And so it's not just geographically want to hit when it gets a sufficient number of surveys in each of the different areas geographically, but also in each of the different sectors. So there's a lot of boxes to take. We're going to do our best.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, obviously you are at the early stages.
Yeah.
And you mentioned that you have 145 volunteers,
Just only 45
only 45.
so far.
Have you can, okay, I'll backtrack. Are the surveys the basis, the platform for this research?
Yeah.
Have you considered any other formats to elicit responses and to bring contact, such as forums for what we call PICs, which means public information centering, to try to get as broad a polling group as you can with 6,500 businesses and 45 volunteers. Yes, it's going to be very difficult to hit a significant group for in-depth surveys.
Indeed, the tricky part about this process, or maybe tricky in light of your question, is that there is a standardized process to doing these. That this approach has been standardized over time. We've been doing this in Ontario since around 1990, I guess when it started, and it's a Ministry of Rural Affairs sponsored approach, and this is the sort of mandated approach somewhat. I would not be opposed to some additional processes on the side. Definitely, I can see the merit of that idea, and I would like to hear from as many people as we possibly can. So I think we could do that on this potentially, but we'd have to think about it basically about how we might be able to manage that and get that information to sort of be, say, represented or make its way into the reporting process that we have here. So,
And also to find a way to make it statistically acceptable. Because as statistics are put into frameworks, particularly government ones, there's not a lot of flexibility in doing things. And you did answer a question I had, which is this is an ongoing Ontario government initiative.
yeah, it's done periodically. So again, the last time we did it was 2019, and this is about the pace. This is about how often we iterate through this process. obviously, 2026 now. So that's about how often we do these. Maybe in a perfect world, we'd be doing them ongoing every year. We do some additional ones and we do them in a variety of different ways. But this is very normal for counties to do it this way, even though, again, in the perfect world, we'd be doing them all the time, every month, we'd be approaching this season. Yeah.
Awesome, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I do have a couple of questions again around collecting the information. You were saying there's about 6,500 businesses.
This is, I don't know that for a fact. I have
But
to
it's
say.
probably
It's a
up
big
there.
number, yeah.
Yeah, I know, because there's lots of good businesses and, probably why you're not seeing too many of them saying we're going to build businesses because we're resilient.
Yeah.
And the businesses that are up and running, people have learned how to keep them going. So that's been my experience.
Yeah.
But I do wonder, you were saying that there's 200 interviews you're hoping to do? At least, because I'm wondering if 200 interviews will be a reliable sample out of, 65. it's been a long time since I've done statistics in university, so I can't quite remember.
It's a fair sort of question, I'd say, if you want to compare what's probably the number of businesses versus this number of businesses that we'll be reaching. It's a fair comment. They're for a variety of different reasons. This is I would say still an ambitious number. Yeah, a lot of businesses are business owners are. I can speak to this. I was a business owner myself. Basically,
Yeah.
you're very busy with many different things, and so the prospect of sitting down and providing this kind of data over, let's say, the course of 45 minutes or an hour, it's hard to find that kind of time.
Given the Tim Hortons copy card, doesn't quite cut it, does it?
Yeah.
The other question I have for you is, like, there's a wide variety of business. We talked about agriculture procedure. And how are you going to be sure that you have like a representation of all the different types of businesses? And, if they're all loaded with grocery stores, it may not be a true representation. How are you going to look at that?
Yeah, so again, we've got a number of sector specific surveys, and so that's going to, with each of those sector specific surveys, we're going to be trying to get a big number, relatively speaking. Yeah, exactly.
Because if you get 5 of one and 100 of another,
Yeah,
it's not really testing across the board, it's just
Yeah.
testing one is out there. Well, good luck and thank you.
yeah, I can say more about that, but I would say there's really the effort here, the idea here is just as many businesses as we can reach. More is more. We're going to do the best we can to get that. So I would say to get a impressive number, a representative number, and as much as we can do to get a higher number as well.
Well, as a farmer, I'm going to volunteer.
Great. You can use that QR code if you want to.
I will.
I've got a few questions and maybe I could start just with, if you can clarify for me.
Sure.
There's been a lot of discussion about the statistics. Oh my gosh. Thank you, statistics. Oh my goodness. Relevant to the office, say that thing. I always understood that that's not a large role of the BRD. It's more about, identifying gaps or potential supports or
Yeah.
potential initiatives, that kind of thing. Like my understanding from this framework from the ministry, it really is more about engaging in the relationship more than it is. I'm not going to try to say the S word again, but more than it is about trying to make sure we have data that could rival stats can or something like that. Like, is that how you're approaching this as well?
Yeah, exactly. Every business that we talk with, we're learning, I would say almost every business that we talk with, we're able to notice something that can be helpful. Right? And often we're connecting them to a resource right then and there in the conversation. So, yeah, I think that that's a fair way to characterize it. It's this idea of statistical representativeness, key values and everything. And stats. I think it's fair that it's not exactly that type of thing. It's about identifying as many opportunities as we can, as many challenges as we can. And certainly we are looking for the challenges and opportunities that are more often showing up, right? That are showing up more frequently. So we are interested in that kind of thing. But every business that we hear from, it's an opportunity for us to offer some.
That lines up with what I remember from 2018. I can't believe it was 2018. COVID was in the middle and that kind of eats up a lot of years, but it doesn't feel like it was that long ago that we did the last ERD. And I remember coming out of that, there were a number of initiatives that Valley Heartland took on behalf of the area, and I think the Small Business Advisory as well. And I'm hoping that that will also be some of the results of like the ways that relationships can change is maybe the way I'm hoping to see things, because the world's different than it was in 2018, and I mean the world's different than it was a year ago at this point. But to me, I think that's what I'm really hoping that we'll end up hearing from you and the team, is that here's some of the pieces that could be really relevant for Lanark County, really relevant Carlton Place or Mackingham or whatever, based on what we've been hearing. Yeah, it's going to be not super busy years, I think, to come. Along with that, and a few of my council mates have brought this up as well about the volunteers, and I think I heard you say that it's not too late to find more volunteers. How could we do that? If there were people who were interested in helping out with this, because I remember when we did it in 2018, there was a large team from Scales that participated. Is there a upset limit that you're looking for, or?
I can come up here and train for people or something, or even even fewer than that. But I would I'd love to train. We've done about 4 trainings so far, maybe 5. But yeah, I'm happy to come up and train another small group of people. The training only takes about 2.5 hours, maybe even less than that, a very smaller group. And I'm happy to come up and do 2 of them. Yeah.
I'll come right back to you in just a second. The last thing I wanted to ask is about identifying businesses. Like I know I've promoted it and municipalities promoted it. Would you tip off to us if you're looking for more Main Street businesses, or you're looking for more whatever businesses you may be having less participation from? Or do we have the opportunity to say, here is a number of businesses that we think might be a good idea for you to reach out to, just so there's that third-party aspect to it? Like, is that a way we could also participate?
Yeah, so the way that we've been going about this in general is that I've got a long list of Mrs. and Females businesses, and share it with you, and so we could reflect through there, and I could maybe show you that the updated list, and then that might be the best sort of way to notice any business. Yeah, and then basically I divide that up and send to individual groups 10 businesses to approach, or 15 businesses to approach, and that's already going on. But also, to be honest, what I found works really well is if I can go door to door. So I've been going door to door. So it's obviously that works for certain types of businesses, but more than others. It's hard to go farm to farm sometimes. But I have found that works really well. So if anybody's willing to volunteer and do that with me, then that would be a tremendous help, I think.
We can probably help out. Yeah, probably help out that way for sure. Thank you. And Councilor Sutter, you had another comment or question?
Probably, yes, the last one. You're talking about recruiting volunteers, but are you looking for people with particular skill sets and particular sort of personality profiles to do this work?
Short answer is, I probably can't give you a short answer to that, but I would say we the way that we generally frame it is we say community leaders, right? But that's broadly defined. But the reasoning behind that is that if a business owner is speaking to couple of people who have kind of a standing in the community, again, by their association with a business, chamber of commerce, or government office, or source, any kind of, this is the volunteer in the community. I think that might be, they might be more willing to have a conversation and really inform this person who is, involved in the community, inform this person about what business is like theirs need. So I would say very broadly defined community leaders. But I wouldn't really put a strict limit on it. If somebody would like to volunteer.
Okay, thank you. So it's networking, not statistical analysis.
I wouldn't mind.
Right, well, I'm not seeing any other hands, so thank you.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor and I have heard about this a little bit before, but it's great to have the opportunity to
Great.
council hear about it.
Very good questions.
Yeah, good luck. I think this is really, really important work that we'll appreciate very much the results of it.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So our motion here is to the deputation from Tim Woods, the Assistant Retention and Suspension Coordinator, to receive this information. I think I might suggest that we also direct staff. You kind of want to be staff. To make, I can make a motion. I just want to make sure you're okay with it. Oh, if you want to just hold on. So we're going to accept this as information, but then I was going to suggest that we also direct to staff to work with Mr. Woods to consider finding more volunteers and whatnot that might help with success. Yeah. Is that comfortable? Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Everyone that I know that's here in this room that are great volunteers, I know.
Thank you. We have a bunch that did it 8 years ago. Is there a move for seconded then? So it's directly staff will accept information. Thank you, Councilor Torrance and Councilor Stuger, for the further discussion. Seeing none, all in favor? Thank you very much. That carries. All right. Yeah. So our next item, John, are you here? Come on up, John. Okay. So our next is delegation for John Cochran. And I think the clerk probably has some opening directions.
Yeah, so the delegation, I've spoken with John about this. You have 10 minutes. I will raise my hand at the 8-minute mark and then again at the 10 to wrap things up. Also a bit of a unique situation here. Mr. Cochran is now a certified candidate for the upcoming election. So I did communicate with Mr. Cochran before this meeting that the presentation tonight can only speak to the subject matter. And if it veers into campaigning, the mic will be muted by myself as the returning officer, as my role of managing the municipal election to make sure it's fair for all candidates.
Thank you very much. So whenever you're ready to go, the button on the right will put you on the air with us. There you go.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to thank the mayor and council for the opportunity to speak. I've been told to take a tone. Sometimes this subject is emotional for me, so in no way is it directed towards any of the council members or the mayor. I want to be clear, and I appreciate the work that goes involved with council, and I'm not wanting to be bashing that. I want this to be a collaborative approach. I want to work together with council. I've been given 10 minutes to cover all of my points effectively, so I will be reading from a prepared statement and look forward to answering questions afterwards. As some may be aware, I have been very concerned with the spreading of municipal waste on agricultural land with drainage that ends up directly flowing into the Indian River. My family was among the first to settle along this section of the river around 200 years ago, and we've witnessed a great deal of change since then. I also grew up along this river where I learned to swim, where my grandfather's raft that served as the community swimming hole. I caught and ate pike, mudpout, frog's legs, crayfish, beaver, and even snapping turtle when there was a season for them. This river also hosts river red horse, designated as a species of special concern and once hosted American eel, listed as endangered in Ontario. To highlight changes to the river, I have chosen a few pictures to share. The upper left corner shows the river in the late 1970s near the Milliken Tail and the 8th Line. If you look closely, I'm the little blonde kid at the back of the boat. The picture directly below shows the same section of river 45 plus years later. As you can see, it would be difficult to row a boat there now as it is choked with weed growth. The larger picture on the right is the section of the river beside the 7th concession, bordering my parents' property where I grew up. I once caught fish from the right-hand shore in the summer. As you can see, it would be hard to pull a lure through the weed and algae growth that exists there now. So what's feeding that weed growth? This slide shows the function of the wastewater treatment plant. What I would like to focus on is stage 3 in regards to the solids. The fact that the only treatment to address contamination in the solids is that air is pumped into the slurry with the hopes that some of the chemical content is broken down by bacteria. That is it. Essentially, the solids are untreated. Unlike the water, which undergoes sand filtration and UV light to kill biotics, hence the name wastewater treatment plant, aluminum sulfate is added to precipitate phosphorus and organic particles from the slurry. A chemical plasticizer called Norfloc is added later in the process to help form cakes to aid in the ability to spread it on the land. Currently, the entirety of Almont's waste is being applied both spring and fall on the properties of this one farming family. Apparently, air does aid in bacterial growth, though, because E. coli is through the roof. As high as 290,000 colony forming units, as tested by the Ontario Clean Water Agency that manages the municipality's treatment plant. Copper and zinc levels are also high in Almont's waste. I say Almont because, as we've discovered, most of our rural waste ends up on the property of private haulers. Copper and zinc are toxic to fish even at low levels. Although heavy metals and E. coli are tested for, they can only be monitored and not treated. Microplastics are also not tested for. Microplastics have been shown to be a vector for antibiotic-resistant bacteria. High levels of plastic particles can change soil structure, reduce water holding capacity, and reduce microbial activity. Spreading biosolids on farm fields deposits large amounts of microplastics directly into the environment. We submitted a sample of biosolids for testing at Health Canada certified laboratory called Eurofin. These results indicated 16 different PFAS chemicals to be present in Almont's waste, adding to a total of over 50 nanograms per gram or parts per billion in relation to mass. PFAS are per and polyfluoroalkyl substances that contain strong carbon fluorine bonds that are considered to be carcinogenic, do not easily break down, and stay in the environment for many decades, if not indefinitely. The state of Connecticut bans the spreading of biosolids containing any amount of PFAS. The state of Maine, as well as the province of Newfoundland and Labrador, have banned the spreading of municipal septic entirely. Some of you might be aware that there's currently a federal class action lawsuit over wells in the 8th concession contaminated with PFAS from the NRC Fire Lab. Although from what we've discovered, very little, if any, of our rural septic ends up in the Almont treatment plant, I still don't believe it's a coincidence, though, that Almont's waste contains PFAS. We have included some highlights taken from the City of Ottawa and the municipality of Port Hope. It is our hope that we can build on these practices in order to minimize the damage that has been done to our watershed, which is a public resource. We would like to see either best management practices or bylaws similar to those that we have cited as examples enacted in Mississippi Mills going forward. However, we need to go further to protect the Indian River watershed. You'll notice a red line indicating the floodplain level on the map. We would like to see a 500-meter buffer from that line, as well as a 250-meter buffer from any drainage creek that flows into the Indian River at any point during the year, not just when the solids are being applied. There are 2 dug wells on private properties adjacent to the fields being spread. We have found through Freedom of Information that these wells were not taken into account for the proper setbacks in the plan, as dug wells do not have any form of record, and the homeowners were never asked. You will notice some of the fields are labeled with blue numbers 1 to 5. On the lower right, you will notice fields 4 and 5, which border the 8 concession near the Millikentel property. Just today, we have received information through the Freedom of Information request on the acreage that was allowed to be spread for these fields, totaling 64.85 hectares. Through Ontario Clean Water Agency annual reports, we've discovered that 3,439.89 tons of septic waste have been spread on these 2 fields over the course of 4 years. According to provincial legislation, the tonnage allowed per hectare over 5 years is 22 tons, meaning they have overspread by more than double the amount allowable. This is a reason why we need oversight from the municipality. On the lower left of the floodplain map is field number 3. When this map was produced, a large area of ponded water was present in the bottom corner of the field that you can see. Lower bottom, second middle. Okay, we would like to see some form of buffer around areas that have standing water at any time of the year. This same field has heavy annual runoff occurring multiple times of the year, discharging from the lower left-hand corner of the field, flowing through the municipal ditch into the Indian River. In the upper left picture, discharge can be seen after liquid waste from carbon place treatment plant was spread on the field. If you look closely, you will see 2 red tanks used in the application of the liquid waste, which incidentally got stuck in the field after it was saturated from a heavy rainfall. Obviously, it was not staying on the land, as there was a downpour during the time of application, and most of it ended up washing into the Indian River. Since then, multiple applications of Elmont solid waste has been applied to this field, and every year we witness the same discharge events. You will notice a large plume of brown sludge filling the Indian River. This picture is taken from the bridge on the 7th concession, looking towards my parents' property. We have selected a few of our many pictures to illustrate where this waste really ends up. We have pictures of runoff from different months throughout the year. The 2 on the left-hand side are taken from the 7th line, field number 3. The bottom left picture was a foamy brown sludge that can be seen entering the river in the lower center picture. The 2 pictures on the right-hand side, above and below, show the same field located off Benny's Corners Road in the bottom picture, taken at the time of application with the tractor visible spreading. Shows the frozen river in the foreground. The picture above shows a berm of sediment from a drainage ditch that became apparent during the drought last year. The top center picture is of a drainage ditch that originates in field 5 and drains into the river near the 8th line bridge just above the mill of Kintail. This is from the fields that have been over-applied. For these reasons, the municipality has to take a role in the oversight of the spreading, as it is currently not effective through the MECP or Ministry of Environment. This would be in line with the involvement of the City of Ottawa and the municipality of Port Hope in the oversight of their spreading. Our hope is that our concerned citizens group, which we have formed, can work collaboratively with the municipality to come up with either best practices or bylaws to stop this from continuing to happen. The Indian River belongs to the public. It is my hope that in the future more people can experience its beauty by taking a canoe or a paddleboard, perhaps from the 7th to the 8th concession, and see for yourself. If there's anyone present today who wishes to join our concerned citizens group for more information, there's a list circulating or about to circulate in the other room.
We're just
Please-
at 10 minutes, Mr. Cochran.
Please sign up with your contact info. As you can see this from this turnout, this is an issue that greatly concerns the public. After 10 years, this is no longer just Megan and I. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation. Are there any questions to the delegate? Councilor Holmes.
I just have one question, John. The function of the wastewater treatment plant, the slide showing up on that, I was, questioning our staff about, what our process really, is that a process? And what came to my attention was that in number 5, Norlock plasticizer is added and the sludge is mechanically dewatered. At that phase, there's also a digestion phase that reduces the pathogens in the biosolids, which allows it to, I can't read my writing.
Okay, yeah, no, I know where you're headed. That is actually before that stage. So if you look up, enter, number 1, raw sewage enters the plant, I'll go through the stages. There are bar screens that remove the larger debris such as plastic bottles and rags and anything else that would run off even into the road system in the town of Belmont. Incidentally, salt also runs off the road and the salinity levels in this waste is quite high. Then a vortex grid system, I believe, every treatment plant is different than what I've discovered. So it's subject to the municipality which it serves, right? So this vortex grid system separates gravel and small stones. This is the stage I think that we'll get to here. So aluminum sulfate is added at this stage, and that's when it's meant to precipitate phosphorus and organic particles. This is what you're talking about as far as the digestion goes. It happens in this stage. That's when air is injected in the sewage, which is what I'm saying is the only treatment that the solids receive. That's exactly what I'm saying. It's the same as my compost pile. I stir it up and get air in there to help break it down. And it really improves bacterial growth. I get heat, so that really breaks it down well. That's what we're talking about. In a way, that's to break it down to make it more compatible to spread on the land. It's nothing to do with, well, it is to do with contamination because it possibly might break down some chemicals that have lower bond formations than a carbon fluorine bond, such as PFAS, which will not break down in this stage at all. Heavy metals certainly won't break down. Heavy metals cannot be extracted from this waste. They can only be monitored. We don't test for about 80,000 different chemicals that could be in this sludge. So there's no testing before, there's no testing after to really know, as far as I'm aware, that anything's breaking down, but there's the intent of breaking it down with bacteria. As far as I'm aware, I've had a tour of the plant last year. I've done my own looking into different plants. I guess there are ways plants can incorporate high temperatures to break those bonds. But the municipality would be willing to spend the money on that kind of a system would be very expensive.
So most respectfully, I'd like to finish what I have to say because I did talk to the staff, John, so I want you to have the.
Yeah, no, I thought I was asking the question, sorry.
Yeah, okay. So essentially, after the dewatering, what I was told is there was a digestion phase, which reduces the pathogens in the biosolids, which allows it to meet the necessary requirements. And essentially, it's cooked at that phase. So I think that's maybe a little bit different.
Yeah, no, I think you're misunderstanding where this process takes place, because it doesn't take place when the plasticizer is added. That's towards the end of the process, after the digestion occurs. Once the digestion occurs, it goes through a series of sediment ponds, and the water is removed. Now, the water goes through certainly many more forms of treatment. It goes through silica sand filtration, and it goes through the UV light. But as far as the digestion goes, that is where possibly some chemicals can be broken down. That's why I was trying to answer your question. It's just you're getting it at the wrong stage in the treatment plant.
Yeah, so most respectfully, that's the information our staff gave us who run the plant. So,
Okay,
you know,
well,
I'm not going to argue with you, John. I just.
no,
want to make
whether that takes place at that stage or later, the breakdown is bacterial growth. That's what the treatment plant is. So I'm just trying, I don't know how I can describe it any other way. That's what the treatment is, and that's why I'm saying that essentially these are untreated. In fact, in Elmont's waste, because it has high copper levels, high zinc levels, PFAS, salinity that wouldn't occur, I would suggest that the waste coming out of the Elmont treatment plant is worse than the private haulage, unless those private haulage is coming from the class action lawsuit with septage from these private homes. That's the only time that it would, because otherwise, I mean, we've got a hospital, we've got industry.
So John, we gave your 10 minutes to speak. Councillor Holmes had a question. You've responded to the question. We can't kind of have a back and forth of debate between yourself and members of council. I know you've got a lot of information. You're welcome to follow up more information if you like. But at this stage, when we're with question and answer, it really is question and answer.
Yes, I'm trying to answer. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to answer the question.
Thanks, John.
I just was trying to get the stage correct. And you can hear, I mean, you could have had an industry person here and maybe we could have had that voice here. unless you're an industry person, I believe that my information is correct. I'm just trying to answer the question.
I appreciate that. I think Councilor Torrance, you had your hand up?
Yes, and I actually have a question for staff to go away with, not necessarily for John, but it's because of the information that you've presented to us. It's my understanding that the MECP, or the Ministry of the Environment, monitors what comes out of the biosolids that come out of the plant. And when they're spread, that they meet those standards, whether they're right or wrong, that they still meet a certain standard. I'm quite disturbed here that there was double spread, and so where does the municipality, where are they informed on that stage? I would like to know that as a councillor. Also, just for everybody to know that when we built a mechanical sewage treatment plant, we did build a septic receiving station in that plant that the haulers don't want to use because they prefer to spread it on untreated onto land, and that is allowable under the MECP. So it is, and I know that this council and members of this council have gone many times to MECP trying to argue that fact, because because when there is room in the septic receiving, then it should be maybe not adequately treated, as your point is, but it is treated to a standard that is acceptable by the MECP. So my question would be to staff, could you please give us, we can hear John respectfully, his presentation. We know what our staff have told us. We know what the MECP is telling us. They all seem to be telling us a little bit of a variation on the same story. And so I would like to have something from staff to talk about the treatment of biosolids from septic haulers, as well as our own biosolids that come out of our plant. Thank you, that's all. And sorry, John, no question. I was just reacting to what information you presented to us.
I would appreciate if that was part of this question.
I'm not seeing anything further. Excuse me. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Councilor Rook.
Thank you. I just wanted to take you on such an opportunity. Thank you, John. I can see that you're really passionate about this and rightly so. We've got a lot of information from you, and I know we've all done our own research, and what I wonder is so I know that the city of Ottawa has best practices, and I also know that Ontario has been testing, and in 2023 they definitely found that it is a concern. PFAS is a concern. My question for you is, what's a reasonable approach where we can recognize that our agricultural community needs this or uses this product, and at the same time, plastic is creating a problem? What's a reasonable approach in your mind?
Well, sorry, if I can speak. That's why I provided examples. City of Ottawa and City of Port Hope. Now, the City of Port Hope has the 3 to 6 degrees slope per percent in this case. They create a 200-meter buffer zone around them. So that's one example. The way I see it, the City of Port Hope enacted these as bylaws, which is actually what I'd really like to see here. There's lots that the municipality can do. So they can do it within bylaws, or the City of Ottawa has best practices, but part of it's informing the public. None of the public was informed, so we're going to be upset when we discover that human waste is being treated beside our properties. We're worried about property values as well. We're worried about our wells. I have had a private well tested and PFAS was detected. So if we don't do something about it, this in 20 years PFAS is accumulated in the environment. So are heavy metals. These are just going to increase in density, and eventually there's going to be an issue unless something's done. Now, I do believe that Ontario eventually will get there. Quebec has banned the importation of solids from the state of Maine, which they did for a while, I guess, because of PFAS concerns largely. But PFAS isn't the only concern. I did mention antibiotic resistant bacteria. There are many issues, but anyway, the City of Port Hope enacted these in 2020, or 2002. So we're talking 24 years ago, with the understanding that it is provincial legislation and the municipality was stepping perhaps outside of the bounds. They've had no contest in 24 years. So it's just how much courage do we have as a municipality to try to come up with a series of best practices. This is within our control. So I would like to see something done along the lines of Port Hope, the city of Ottawa. There's plenty that we can go much further. We just might fear the province coming back. It's not a financial penalty, it's not a community. So I think that we could go much further and set a precedent in the way that we deal with this waste in this area. I noticed that in the introduction, we had water everywhere. We had Millikentel, we had the Mississippi River. It's important to this municipality. The
Thank you.
Millikentel
Yeah.
also is a place that the public enjoy, right? And the kids play in the river there. I
That
think
answers
it's
my
really.
question. That answers. Yeah, that answers my question. Thank you.
Okay.
I tend to agree with Councillor Torrance. There's never a black and white at this table. A lot of things can be true at the same time. And I think it's wise for us to go back to our staff and ask them to bring us a report on this. And I think maybe we can do the wording of that type of motion later. It's not really the place to do it now. But you've certainly opened our eyes.
What I spoke about earlier is that I would like to have a collaborative approach with our community interest group. So I don't want to be eliminated from that process. Our group does not want to be eliminated. The public does not want to be eliminated from that process.
Okay, so when I or anybody, when we come back to this motion, we'll certainly take that into consideration. Our first step is to go to our professional staff and determine if testing is needed, determining what type of facts.
Will always be communication with our
I'm not asking you a question, so I'm just following up. All that to say, I believe there are probably things we can look into and not drop this and continue to work on it.
Not seeing anything else. I've got a couple questions, John. So thank you. We had a conversation, I just think it was in the spring. And I wonder if you have any feedback or anything you can share. One of the things we had talked about was having a conversation with MPP John Jordan or the Rural Ontario Institute's Federation of Agriculture, those kinds of things. Is there any traction you have on the
Yes.
PFAS and the forever chemicals, like from that standpoint, those kinds of conversations?
Well, again, the city of Port Hope was collaborative with the agriculture community. So I did speak at an OFA meeting, and I reached out to try to gain support and information, because what I mean by collaborative approach, I mean that all these parties are at the table in Port Hope. And that's why I mean, when I'm a little concerned when I hear they're going on to gather your own information, excluding us as a public organization, because in Port Hope, there was a concerned citizens group that was staged every step of the way. And it was a very positive.
I was asking if you'd had conversations, so with the ROI, with John Jordan, with.
Not with John Jordan personally, no, I haven't. I just the OFA so far, that's. And I'm not, but we continue.
Okay. All right, so well, thank you. I've been working on a motion here as I'm hearing everyone's comments. Maybe let's just take like 2 minutes and I'll work with the clerk just to make sure I've captured all of it, so we're not wordsmithing on the fly. So let's just take a 2-minute recess and I'll make sure I've crafted this appropriately. Yeah, no, I left my. Yeah, all right. I can have everybody come back to order. So that little recess is exactly why clerks write the motions and not, around the table. So thank you, for cleaning up what I was thinking. But I'll have you read it just a second, Jean, just to give you some reassurance, Sean. We try to engage as much as we can. The work we're doing is recognized in the motion that Jean has here. But as a starting place, we always have information come to us from staff, so that, you know, we're working with the information that staff have and whatnot, just so you can understand what next steps will look like.
Yeah, no, I'm unaware, so I appreciate that.
Can you read your motion? Thank you for crafting it much better than I did.
Okay, that the delegation from John Cochran be received as information, and that council direct staff to bring forward a report for consideration to council in regarding the delegation from John Cochran, specifically around biosolids and subtage, that identifies areas of jurisdiction, consideration of best practices, City of Ottawa and Port Hope, and a subsequent work plan that includes public engagement. And that council directs staff to develop an FAQ around the process, including legislative requirements, ministerial and municipal areas of responsibility, and how Mississippi Mills obligations are currently being met.
Thank you for that motion. Is there a mover and second for that? Thank you, Councilor Holmes and Councilor Suter. Any further discussion, or is there anything we didn't capture there that you want to pass at that first step back from staff? Oh, go ahead, Councilor.
No, I think it's good, and once we get the staff report, then we can help us out, maybe if we missed anything.
Okay, all right, thank you. So it's been duly moved and seconded. All in favor of that motion? Thank you, thank you. Thank you again. For the
Okay,
delegation.
thank you for the opportunity.
All right. No, I haven't mentioned this in there.
Yeah, right.
We take another 5 minutes. You're welcome to stay for the rest of the agenda. If not, we'll be getting started again in a few minutes. That'd be great.
All
right. So no public meetings this evening. I mean, we do have the whole reports.
Maybe unmuted.
Yes.
Don't need to go.
I didn't want there to be a good, we can check with the place too.
You're welcome to come in, but we're just gonna continue with the meeting, okay?
There we go. All right, so we continue with the whole report. There is 4 items under the report from our last meeting. Are any members interested in having some further discussion on any of those 4 items? Seeing not, is there a mover and seconder then for our recommended motion, which is that council approve the committee of the whole motions from the August 11th meeting? Mover and seconder, thank you, Mayor, and Councilor Lowe. Seeing no discussion, all in favor? Thank you. No municipal resolutions. There is a proclamation. I don't have my sheet here. How do we not have it? It was just to proclaim
Yeah.
September is Big Brothers and Big Sisters Month.
Mhm.
Perfect. Is removed and seconded to proclaim that September is Big Brothers and Big Sisters Month. Thank you, Councilor Holmes, seconded by Councilor Torrance. Any comments, Councilor Torrance?
I think the Big Brothers Big Sisters Month also comes with color. So if we could do a little bit of research and make sure we get the color out. Casey knows.
All right.
On September 18th, that will be lit up teal.
Perfect. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you. So moved and seconded. Any other comments? See that all in favor? Thank you very much. We do have one time sensitive item. It's the sewer lining program. It's the award of that tender. Our motion is that council award the contract for tender number 26-14, 2026 sewer lining program. Incorporated in the amount of $226,720, excluding HST. Is there a mover and seconder for that motion? Councilor Torrance and Deputy Mayor Manelli. Any discussion on this? Sorry, Zach, did you want to tell us about this tender? I'm ready to vote. So.
I can say a few words. So this
Your
is the
microphone.
2026 sorry. So this is the 2026 sewer lining program. It's part of our annual infiltration management program. We do this every year. So this scope of work this year is approximately 800 meters of sewer lining. And it's being brought forward as time sensitive, just to make sure we get the works done before cold weather approaches. In addition to the works, we're requesting a 20% contingency in case there's any unforeseen conditions that arise, but it's a pretty standard job.
We do that every year, so thank you to the people.
And that's within our budget that we had for it, but we're not going over our budget.
That's correct. So there is a balance of approximately $153,000. That's for other projects for the infiltration management.
Thank you.
Yeah, just, I was looking at the estimates and I see we have, it's almost double, from top to bottom, right, which is quite a bit.
We do see that every year. There are some bidders that come up and down, so we do see a wide spread here. So this is difficult, unfortunately.
Last minute.
Councilor Torrance.
Just for benefit of people in the audience, this is in the water and sewer budget, which is only attributable to Almont Ward. So it's part of the water and sewer bills that Almont Ward uses.
Right, we've been moved and seconded. All in favor of the motion? Thank you very much. Carries. Announcements and invitations. So I have one that I'm going to share right off the bat about how really stress relieving we have today that our childcare is licensed. Last hurdle, I guess, before we actually open up the doors. Yeah, so that's pretty exciting. I do want to say again, a big thank you to Dan Cousineau and to Melissa Fudge. You have pushed through that that project on time in a very, very small window of time. It's a really great accomplishment. So, well done, everyone, to play our small part, but big thanks to Melissa, Dan, and the whole staff team. I've got two others I'll share, and then I'll go around the table if anyone else has an announcement or invitation. You'll all remember veteran Commander John Chance. He's turning 103 on August 31st. Yeah. Yeah, so if you have an ability to go over, wish him a happy birthday, I'm sure he'd love that. And the other that I wanted to share with everybody is that the Poppy Project is going to have a booth at Fiberfest, and they're looking for volunteers both the Saturday and the Sunday. If anyone at this table or anyone you know might like to help that project out. And this is Mary Rosenberg, who's continuing to coordinate it. And do you have a question? I already know, I just give up, okay. All right, are there any other announcements or invitations? Yes, Jordan.
Well, I'm surprised you didn't say it, Mayor, because I know you're going to be there, but September 5th, the Governor General's has a lawn bowling tournament, which is quite a prestigious lawn bowling tournament. Will be at our bowling club, and I think these will be starting at 9:30.
Pretty good. It's pretty good. Got really hot for the lawn bowling club.
Yeah, it sure is.
Anything further? All right. Seeing nothing further, our next item of business is something we'll be in closed session for, so you're welcome to wait in the atrium there. Or we'll move into closed session for this item. So the motion is that council enter into an camera session at 7:17. As per information, it's completed by the municipality or local board by Canada, a province or territory or ground agency of any of them. This is Municipal Act Section 239 H. So mover and seconder of the motion. Councilor Barnes, Deputy Mayor Manelli. All in favor, go to the closed session. Thank you. We'll just give it a minute. All right. So the rise report from the closed session is that council provided directions to staff in closed session. Confirmatory bylaw confirms proceedings of our meeting. Our motion is that bylaw 26-057 being bylaw to confirm proceedings of the council of the corporation of the municipality of Mississippi Mills at its regular meeting held on the 25th day of August 26th. Be read, passed, signed, and sealed, and open council this 25th day of August 2026. The mover and second for the motion. Councilor Holmes, second deputy mayor, all in favor? Thank you, and adjournment, we are adjourned at 7:49. Thanks very much, everyone.
Just wait. That's no good. Wait as many times.
Let me know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're all on.
I'd like to call the Tuesday, 25th of August, committee of the whole meeting. Back to order. First, we will have a disclosure of pecuniary interest in the general nature thereof. Yes, I have one. Okay.
When we,
Councilor Lopez one.
thank you. When we get to the building permit section, I'd like if we could pull the building permit fees out of the rest of the fees, and I'd leave the room for that. If not, I'll leave the room for the whole fees discussion. Whatever's easier for everyone. Because I have a
Is that
family
possible?
member who might benefit or
That's fine.
not from it.
Is that fine to separate them? Thank you. Number 3, consent items. We have a number of fairly standard items: approval of agenda, approval of minutes, delegation of authority report, August 25th. Lanark County status of recreation with neighboring municipalities, and staff memo returning to a regular property tax assessment cycle. The last 2 came from correspondence with the last meeting. Would anyone like any of these pulled for discussion?
Thank you. I just have a question about the delegated authority. And it's about the August 2026 reallocation. And it's simply to ask what part of, like, just want to confirm that it's part of the delegation to actually reallocate money between funds as opposed to spending money. I just want to make sure the wording is in the bylaw that we used to create this. It is, okay. I'm gonna.
Councillor Torrance?
I wanted to, pull 3.5, for further discussion, please, or a little bit of discussion, not very much.
I'd like to go 3.6, please.
All right. That leaves us with 3.2, 3, and 4. Could we approve those as a package? Moved by Councillor Glow, seconded by Mayor Lowry. Any discussion? All in favor? Carried. All right, back to 3.5, Lanark County status of recreation with neighboring municipalities. Would anyone like to speak on this? Councillor Torrance.
I just wanted to thank Ken actually, for going and doing this work for us. I do appreciate it. And, thinking about it's the governance structure that I am thinking about. The recommendation is very vague. And so maybe when it goes to county council, that, you know, we're hearing a lot about the establishment of various, municipal corporations who are administering and taking, they're really basing their decisions on data. And there's not a whole lot of ways you can argue with the data that they are, how they're making decisions. So I'm just thinking about when we talk about the governance structure that's in this recommendation, whether we should we be more specific and thinking about, naming it, or should we just allow it to be vague? That was my question.
Any answers or comments? Mayor Lowry?
You know, I think it would not come necessarily organically to everyone around the county horseshoe. Like I know you and I have attended a couple working sessions on, different structures. It might help to just have it there, and tweak some thinking, not to presuppose where they could land, but maybe we simply add in, countywide demand for this assets, governance structure, including, MSC structures and financial options for their development. Doesn't mean that's what it could be, but it doesn't mean it would necessarily be that. So maybe we want to just tag that in there.
I would like that new tag, municipal service corporation, such like governance structures such as municipal service corporation, and leave it at that.
Sure. The only comment? Is that an amendment then?
It's not on the floor yet,
Oh,
so.
okay, there you go.
Right,
Such an.
Okay.
could you still
I
move
would,
that?
I would move that recommendation.
No, no. you're gonna-
Very low.
Have you got,
Can you, she wants
okay,
you to read
could
it.
you read the amended recommendation, please?
Sorry, just a minute.
Just give Casey a minute, please.
It's at. And
Breakfast, silence, and anticipation.
municipal,
No, we are still here for all you out here. But I hope
municipal.
Municipal service delivery corporation.
Exactly. Council request them conduct a study.
Helen, can we want to read that again?
I'm just reading it.
Sure.
Yeah, and yeah.
So it's not.
To determine the feasibility of the county. Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Sure. Yeah, Ken can read it.
That committee of the whole recommend the council request Lanark County Council conduct a study on behalf of all lower tier municipalities in the county to determine the feasibility of the county providing key recreation infrastructure, the county-wide demand for these assets, it should be, governance structure, such as municipal service delivery corporations, and financial options for their development.
Do I have a mover? And a second?
Yeah, it's already,
Okay, all in favor? Okay. Moving along, 3.6. Returning to a regular property tax reassessment cycle. The recommendation reads that the committee of the whole receive the staff memo read property tax reassessment cycle to be received as information. Councilor Holmes, I think you wanted to comment on that.
I do, thank you. So I think this arose from a memo we received from another municipality asking that indeed, the property tax reassessment cycle be revived because we're way behind. And the summary that we, from the staff really was that we should be returning to a regular and predictable property tax assessment cycle. So I think instead of just receiving it through information, we should probably be sending it off somewhere, but I can't quite remember where, so.
Mayor Lowry? It was from the Eastern Ontario Works Caucus. It was a motion that they had put out ahead of the annual conference. But there's
no reason we couldn't support the Eastern Ontario Awareness Caucus motion and also circulate it to the same organizations, so really.
Yep.
MMAH and Treasury. If we went back to what that original resolution was, and we got it from a municipality that had already supported the Awareness Caucus, but it's our Awareness Caucus, so easy for us to do.
So we need to change the motion a little bit, right?
We direct staff to do that. Support the.
Yes. Councillor Lowe, you would like to weigh in?
Thanks, I'm okay with it. I just want to make sure that residents understand, because it can be scary when we talk about wanting to, use 2026 instead of 2016. Doesn't mean the taxes are going, your net taxes are going up. It means that we would redistribute so that it's, again, fair for everybody.
Councillor Torrance?
I attended a session on this at AMO, and it was, there was much discussion on in plenaries about, the municipal, this very thing, about the reassessment. I'm not sure that the province is ready to move on reassessment. There was a direct question in the mayor pit to the Minister of Finance, whether or not they would be returning to, a reassessment cycle. But I think that most of the delegates there think that it is that it's the most transparent way to proceed, even if it's to make sure that, maybe our taxes will decrease, that our tax rate will decrease, because our budget is our budget. We don't have to take anything else, but to know it's getting very, very difficult to be able to project back to 2016 what something might have cost in 2016, and to then make the assessment on that value. So especially when we are introducing new classes of building in Mississippi Mills that we haven't had before. So it's just, I really think we need to get back to have a reassessment and start fresh. Anyway, I'm supportive of the motion. I just wanted to say it was definitely talked about at AMO.
All right. Mayor Lowry, would you like to add that the final clause we received as information, comment, and
Sure. Since we have a copy of the Awareness Caucus resolution, so if we received it as information, or maybe Councilor Holmes, you pulled it, do you want to move it? Sure. Okay. So we have Lily seconding that's a motion to support the East Ontario Awareness Caucus resolution, Ontario most outdated property assessment in Canada, called Return to Property Tax Reassessment Cycle.
thank you. All in favor? Carried. We have no consultant reports tonight. We have a number of staff reports, the first of which is 5.1 Nancy Street Child Care Center financing. And our Director of Corporate Services, Ms. Kathy Davis, will present.
Sure. I don't have a visual presentation for you. I think this should be quite short. As you know, we're celebrating the completion and wrap up of construction. Great news. And next comes the financing of the new build. So in the report, I walked through some of the differences between how the project was originally budgeted and what's changed since then. All good news. The grant funding is quite a bit higher than we had originally anticipated. But I do have some wording in the report from the Development Charges Act, which speaks to me specifically to the grant funds that were provided to us. So the grant was specifically for the new expansion spots. To me, that says meets that definition of need to benefit new development. So I applied that additional grant against the component that we had originally said was to come from development charges. In the end, because the projects come in a little bit under budget, which is also really good news, the additional loan amount over and above what we had originally had in the budget is about 120,000 more. So in the grand scheme of things, not really a material change. I'm happy asterisk there because we do need to kind of finalize the contract, wrap up the final change orders, but this is as good numbers as we had most recently. And I don't expect it will change too much. So in the original, so July 30th, I had asked banks to provide rate quotes and council approved some borrowing bylaws last week. These quotes, I didn't ask them for new quotes, I just kind of went with what had come out because we know those change all the time. And at the same time, I pulled the Infrastructure Ontario rates because sometimes they do have more competitive borrowing rates. As of the day that I pulled those, they did not. TD had a lower rate. But I know council's had this conversation before. There are pros and cons to both types of borrowing. The TD loan would be a 5-year term, and it can have early repayments up to 10% per year. The risk you run is at the end of the 5 years, if that rate is higher, we're going to renew at that higher rate. The Infrastructure Ontario loan is locked in. No early repayment, the rate is the rate, so the loan would stay for the whole time. It does offer some stability, so sometimes we would like to have that because we know that that's going to be the payment for the next 25 years and we don't have to worry about rates fluctuating. So I thought I would put both of those in front of council for your consideration. My recommendation would be to go with the TD, just with the added flexibility of early repayment. And it does seem that the rate is falling kind of in the average of where we have been over the last number of years. It's not the best rate that we have on the books right now, but it's not the worst either. So that would be my recommendation. Okay.
Any questions? Yes, there are questions. How about I start with the end and go Councillor Torrance, go Deputy Mayor, Councillor Holmes. And I had a question, but I'll wait.
I talked to Kathy today about this because of the news around the tariff war. We know that we will probably be heading towards an economic downturn, and when that happens, usually the Bank of Canada lowers the interest rates. And I wanted to know from Kathy, could we hold off on this decision for a couple of months to see if the interest rates are going to go down? Your recommendation is sound. I like the idea of being with Infrastructure Ontario because we have the stability of knowing what the payment is going to be over the 25 years or the 20 years of the loan. But for the difference of the percentages in the borrowing, I think that it does make more sense to go to TD Bank. But could we put off for how long can we put it off to be able to do the financing to see if the bank rates are going to be coming down?
So from a cash flow perspective, we are not in a rush to finance. I think it will help us to have that all wrapped up by the end of the year because the project is closing and then we can move into 2027 with that in place. I think, and I shared with Councillor Torrance, I did do a little bit of reading. I haven't seen anything as recent as this is what happened on Friday and now this is our prediction. But before that, the Bank of Canada and the other banks were kind of not expecting a rate drop in the next quarter or so. But as I said, we can't predict and we know those things are volatile. So.
Okay. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you. I was surprised that Infrastructure Ontario should always come out with the lowest rate. I mean, I know there are different things, but they are here to help municipalities fund projects, and I would assume if they're not for profit, that they would be able to offer lower rates. So that was disappointing. if we're not in a rush, I would recommend waiting. For, you know, max, what are we, 3 months? Yeah.
That's 2 down.
Councillor Torrance asked my question, so she took my thunder on me.
That's all right, but you take the same position as the other two. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Councillor Holmes.
Thank you. Kathy, I'm wondering if you're talking about a 5-year rate plan. Do we have any money for any thoughts on like a 3-year rate or anything different? Like,
I think we could certainly ask TD for that. When I request the rate quotes, I try to keep it kind of standardized across all, so I'm getting the same, you know, apples and apples comparison. But I think if that was the bank that we chose to go with, I could ask them for some other quality options.
I just feel that they're not giving us this for free for sure. It's a good interest rate, and we don't quite know what's going to happen with tariffs. So I have to think that, and with the Iran war, you know, we know that that's plenty of big problem. So the longer we can wait to finalize this, I think you're best. But I also think some of the reading I've been doing lately is some of the banks seem to be liking 2- and 3-year rates. So I just think it's good to explore it all. And I like the idea of, you know, maybe we can be paying that extended on them. So anyway, thank you.
Mayor Lauer. Would you like to say anything?
I think it's a good idea to, if we've got, and the director has let us know that we do have some systems working, there's not a need to put those in place tomorrow. I would perhaps just add that, you know, things should, it's in a way where there is concern that I trust the staff will bring that forward at the time that committee, and if it needs to be time sensitive on the council side, then that's great too. But things will be different in a few weeks, a few months from now. So it's a good suggestion from the councillors.
All right, I have only one question. Should we add a timeline to that motion? It's recommend direct staff to prepare and present a warrant bylaw. Should,
I just said that we bring it back by the December 1st meeting.
okay, so that's added in.
Correct.
All right,
No.
thank you.
Well,
But
the
not
motion
this-
would say that we're referring it back to staff to be brought back by December 1st. It's not this motion on the floor.
That was the question I was asking. Put that in. Thank you. Considering that, all in favor? Carry. Next,
The-
the said development charges. Could I ask the staff that we will deal with all charges except those that apply to building now? Is that all right? Yes, no?
To move.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. All right.
She wants to split it up, so it's gonna be considered everything.
Just not building.
That's
Everything.
the conflict of interest.
Correct.
All right, the recommended motion that the committee of the whole recommend council approve proposed changes to 2027 fees and charges other than those applicable to the building department, and that the notice be published on the municipal website. Do I have a mover and a seconder? So we can discuss this. Moved by Deputy Mayor Manelli, seconded by Councillor Holmes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Comments, questions? Councillor Torrance.
Sure, I'll start. On schedule A, I guess that's where I'll start, is the changes to the administrative fees and charges. And the introduction a little bit of a different concept of cost recovery, I guess. That we're looking at estimated revenue to offset costs that are traditionally part of just doing business, is as I see them. And so I'm looking at G and H, which are the refund of overpayment requests, and to make it at $20 or a transfer request of $20. I'm having a hard time actually, like the refund of overpayment. I don't think that we should be charging that $20 fee. And if the transfer request, if we want to phase it in, but those are like fundamentally, I see that as the business of the department, and so when we start to think of it as in a different mindset that we're trying to recover, recover revenue based off of, how long things are taking, it changes the delivery of service in some ways, like these are services that we offer to residents, and now we're going to start to charge for some of those services. It's we do charge for marriage licenses, like there are things we charge for and then things we don't. So I'm having a hard time, to tell you the truth, about thinking about where, as a municipality, we pay wages covered by taxes, and because those are services we offer to residents. So I don't think we should be charging either one of those things for your age.
Councillor Lowe?
Councillor Torrance stole one of my comments, because that's exactly what I was thinking, is it feels like a little bit of, every time I go to the town office, I have to spend money on something. So I would agree to removing those. And I also want to go down to his, it's Melanie's, can they be, where is it? Request for, no. Planning confirmation letter, expedited response to planning inquiry within 10 business days. That's scheduled. Oh, I don't. I removed that one. Sorry, I'll just leave that one out.
Can I get back to you? Or give you a chance to?
The next one I think is okay because it has to do with the battery energy storage. And I just wondered, it's on Schedule E. So it's not building. Is there a scale of $5,000 for each application or proposal and request? $5,000 seems high because I know there our board will be opportunities for single landowners to put in battery storage, and I wouldn't want us to assume that $5,000 was for, small scale battery storage.
Could staff explain that new fee?
For sure, through you, Chair, to Councillor Lowe. So the battery storage, apologies, I'm trying to pull up the exact wording that's on the schedule.
What page?
Yes, so these are specific to IESO applications. They are large, and the cost to say and any other similar proposals or requests. The intent is that those are very large scale ones. Those are ones that require that need to go through the IESO process, which is similar to, obviously we've had one already. And so the cost recovery is based on the amount of work that it does take to go through that process. Having that clarification of some sort, but that is the intent of it. It's not the intent of somebody just having a solar panel on their farm and, a couple batteries.
Anyone else have any comments? Deputy Mayor and then Councillor Holmes.
Yeah, I just see cost recovery almost everywhere on the sheet, and I'm wondering, does that include yearly general maintenance on the buildings? Or does it just cost recovery just for that night? That's what I want, that's my question.
The best answer I can give you is that, in a couple of places, we have talked about doing a more detailed cost recovery study that would incorporate some of those. So, at this time, I don't know that I can say definitively that we've, accounted for all capital costs in this cost recovery model. But I think that is something that we do want to look at.
Thank you. Please and thank you.
Councillor Rules.
Thank you. I'm wondering about the marriage license. You're actually dropping it. I don't see why you would do that. And I do agree that for non-residents, yes, we need to put it up. The other question I have is related to the heritage permits at $6,041. So could you explain to me when that would come into effect, like with the region, when we, they had went ahead and they wanted to appeal, would they have to pay $6,000 and some dollars?
Through your chair to Councillor Holmes. No, that specifically, that was introduced because it was something that we flagged, that we don't have in our fees and charges at all. That would only be charged if somebody had a property that was already designated under the Heritage Act, and they came to the municipality and they said, we want the designation to be removed completely. So not if there was an appeal on a proposed designation, only if somebody came to, because it does require a lot of work on the municipality's behalf to go through the process of evaluating and trying to come up with a recommendation of whether or not a designation should be removed from a property. I would say that's a very rare circumstance.
Mayor Lowry? So question of clarity, which schedule are we not discussing right now? Is it C?
C.
Okay. I will come back to that, but I do have a couple of comments.
We're on schedule E.
Oh. Okay, the moment, okay, I had some comments before that. I guess I'm late to the party here. Will you indulge me in going back a wee bit?
I will indulge you.
Thank you. So, what was it, which schedule? Hold on. Which Council Torrance has spoken to it as well, the G and H with, hold on, I'm almost there.
Schedule A back.
There we go, schedule A, now I've got it again. I had flagged this one too, and, I had a slightly different feeling about it. I do see this as being kind of part of our work, but I wonder out of the 150 that's noted there that, it's roughly these two instances are occurring. Do we have 150 people doing this? Do we have 30 people doing this 5 times? Because to me, that's a little bit different. If there's someone that is really having some issues, then I'd be happy to see something go in place. If it's a repeat offender, 3 times a row, it's happened twice, something like that. But I think if it is generally, we have 150-ish people having this happen 150-ish times, it doesn't feel like the right thing to put in place. So can we can provide a little bit of further context?
Yes, I would say most of the time they're unique circumstances. There are errors made on the part of people paying their bills, generally.
I think in that case, then I support it coming out. And are we going to schedule their schedule and I missed that?
I'm still on A, so.
I'm on B.
We're on E. I didn't have comments for E, so I'll just.
I have more comments for A.
We are certainly line by lining this. I guess we could go. All right, as the chair, I'm not terribly comfortable right now with this jumping back and forth from line to line to line. And let us all agree right now that we're going to deal with Schedule A. And we will accept it, except as people have some objections And when you say that, for the benefit of people who do not have access to the source material, could you explain very briefly the title? Additions to the tax roll, $20 new fee, cost recovery. I question that, so that we all know where we are and so that people on video know what is happening. Because I honestly do not wish this to go on till 1 o'clock this morning. Okay, having been scolded, will you proceed? Councillor Torrance.
Well, still on Schedule A, and additions to tax roll is $20. Is that, I'm just trying to see where it is, it's I in our paperwork, $20 there. The explanation says in 2025, 340 water accounts were transferred to tax bills. And so this would be another $20 to be able to transfer it to add it to the tax roll. I'd say if we have 340 water accounts that are not paid, then we have a problem with our water accounts. And we should be, how can we tweak those collection notices and look for a solution on how to get those paid instead of adding them to the tax roll and paying $20 to be able to collect on the when it's still a water bill. So I'd say there is a process problem that we're trying to solve through a punitive measure instead of trying to solve the problem in the first place. So that was the note that I had made. It seems an awful lot of water accounts, 340, which is like 10% are in arrears. We've got a problem with the water bills. And instead of this solution, I think we should be thinking the different solution. That's my.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Davis, could you
I can
enlighten this?
Sure, and I can certainly speak with the deputy treasurer a little bit more. By the time water bill is added to the roll, it's already been in arrears a couple of billing cycles. So they would have received their first bill, they would have received their next bill showing their arrears. So there is communication, definitely. And I think what you're seeing in these proposed new fees is an analysis of the things that the whole tax base is paying for when it really relates to a smaller group of people. I understand both sides of what you're saying. So this was a way of hopefully recovering some of those costs so that the full taxpayer base isn't paying for those kind of activities that happen that are time consuming.
Anything else? CAO Kelly?
Couple of points here. I don't think that there's a process problem when someone refuses to pay the bill. So I don't think that's a valid point. Two, this is extra effort that, just as the treasurer has said, this is extra effort that has to go into doing something that should not have to happen. This is extra effort that the staff have to go through, to collect an invoice that someone should have probably paid when they received it the first time, as opposed to the second or third time. And what you're trying to do is recover the extra effort from that individual who's actually costing the municipality extra effort. It's not a process problem. It's a refusal of a person to pay the bill that they've been issued for the service they've been provided. That's not a process fault on behalf of the municipality. That's a refusal to pay the bill. I would also suggest that as you go through, is any comment from a member of the table basically saying this is now being removed, or is there going to be a process to adjust? So, for instance, you've talked about removing transfer requests. Are you going to vote on that at the end? Or has that been decided that it's removed?
Listen, I told you, I'm not very comfortable with going through this line by line by line. As a group, will you accept this or not? Vicky, sorry, Councillor Lowe.
That's okay. I did have a couple questions in the recreation department, but if we can't go and ask the questions, then I would ask that this be referred to staff to come back and we supply our questions to Ms. Davis offline.
Okay. I agree with that suggestion, and I would like, someone to ask that this whole schedule be deferred until the next meeting to allow councillors to ask specific questions about specific line items. And then come back. And you will deal with it as a whole document. I think I need someone else to make that motion and a seconder, and then we can vote on it. They're either going to go ahead or not.
I had made the motion.
Okay,
Maybe we should share the groups.
I've done it again, haven't I?
You have done, you have a motion on the table.
You've not done anything wrong. I just wanted some clarity. The next council meeting is next Tuesday. Is that adequate time for members of council, or do we want to say September 15th? I just need to know because the agenda is published tomorrow.
You can push.
That's the only clarity I would like, Madam Chair.
All right, as the chair, could we please defer this for 2 weeks? That will give 3 weeks, and it will give staff time to put in the extra effort to answer the questions without spending most of this week on it.
Additional 2.
Okay,
I just want clarity. Is that to the September 15th or to the October 6th?
September 15th.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Wait, who's the seconder?
We just need a seconder. We have
Second.
Councillor.
Councillor Torrance, all in favor? Okay,
So just a question of clarity.
yes.
So, Representative Clerk can provide us some details because the September 15th meeting doesn't mean September 15th. Come and talk to our director. You would need whatever revisions the week before that or almost the week before that. So just to make sure we're all on the same page in terms of expectation of the timeline.
So the timeline for that, the staff report is due to be reviewed by September 4th. So that gives you next week. Really until Wednesday of next week to talk to Director Davis and then I guess Director a couple days to make any amendments to the report.
Thank you. Sir Rules?
Just so I'm clear then, so if we have any difference of opinions from this, we talk to the director and then does it come back then as a motion to change those numbers, like, I can't just, in my mind, like, I don't want them to, decrease the marriage license. So to 140, so it has to almost come back as a motion to, so it's not quite as simple as we're trying to make it out here. It is.
Our clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the purpose will be to seek some clarification from Councillor Davis, and then if you need help with Councillor Davis. I don't know if that's a motion. Sorry, Director.
The motion.
Sorry, with Director Davis, and then you can work with myself on specific amendments to the proposed fees and charges. That way, it gives all of members of council around the table the opportunity to debate those amendments. So I think step one would be to have the clarification conversations with Director Davis, and then you can come meet with me and I can help with proposed wording on motions of proposed amendments. That way, hopefully on the 15th, we can move forward and quicker and maybe make Madam Chair's job a little bit easier on the 15th.
You don't want me to get grumpy, do you? All right, can we finally put that to a vote? Have we done it?
Yeah.
Or you begin this? Then the people ask more questions. All right, next. Lease agreement for the Otto Valley Recreational Trail and Almond Alameda. I think you remember, I will, this from the spring, I'll turn it over to, Melanie Knight, and you're running.
Thank you, Chair. Tonight I'm going to be presenting staff's report regarding the proposed lease agreement between the municipality of Lanark County regarding a portion of the Ottawa Valley Recreational Trail. As a reminder, Lanark County is the owner of the OVRT corridor between Smiths Falls and Arnprior. We're very lucky to have a corridor of this OVRT within Mississippi Mills, even more lucky to have distinct section between John and Bridge Street, widely known as the Alameda. I do want to take the opportunity to acknowledge the Friends of the Alameda in creating such a distinct space within our community. Truly, without them, we'd be lacking a landmark that a lot of people recognize downtown Belmont for. Council will recall in 2025, we adopted a public realm plan that looked at commercial areas within Belmont. As part of that, the Alameda was included, and accordingly, specific policies were recommended to assist in the framework of the administration of the property. Through that recommendation, staff did have conversations with Lanark County, specifically with regarding to creating specific management framework for the property, and ultimately a lease agreement was recommended between the two parties as the ideal mechanism to establish that framework. Here we can see the subject property proposed for the lease just on the left, outlined in blue. Council will notice that there are actually two distinct segments that are being proposed for this lease. The Alameda being the property on the right, and then the portion on the left is just the corridor of the OVRT that is adjacent to the Cenotaph. The majority of my presentation is going to be focused on the Alameda, but I do want to note that the portion of the OVRT next to the Cenotaph is being proposed as part of this lease. Part of the issues with having such a prominent space within our downtown is it's very easy to confuse who actually owns it, especially when it's been improved substantially as it has. So it's not uncommon for event organizers to approach the municipality seeking permission to use the space when we don't own it. And even when we do direct them to the county to seek approval, the county sometimes comes back and asks, is Mississippi Mills okay with what's being proposed? So the goal of the lease is essentially to allow Mississippi Mills to become the administrator of the property and act as a single stop shop to give people answers and reduce the red tape associated with granting licenses for the space. In addition, the goal of the lease is also to contemplate a framework to allow for improvements to the site to occur in both an organic and a controlled way. And I'll touch on that in a bit. So essentially, under the framework, Lanark County would retain ownership of the property, but they would continue the regular trail maintenance that they do on the rest of the OVRT corridor. So a simple example would be the annual regrading that they do. In contrast, Mississippi Mills would take over for the administrative component of the property. So a specific example is granting those licenses. Example of that would be Puppets Hut that we recently had. If there was a proposal to use that space for a tent, you would come to the municipality where we would be able to grant a license as opposed to directing to the county. As a part of that, we would manage the scheduling of the site, but also impose specific insurance requirements that are presently being enforced by the county. So we would acknowledge what they're currently doing and then take that into our own administration property. You want to acknowledge, you might be aware that Carlton Place has a similar arrangement with the county for the Carlton Junction. In that case, Carlton Place had a specific vision to improve that area with notable improvements. Included in that would be a pump track, an outdoor rink, a skateboard park, etc. So included in that lease was a schedule, which was essentially a site plan showing where all of those elements were proposed. And essentially the town was committing to actually constructing them on their own dime. In this case, staff are recommending that no such schedule be associated with the lease, as we are not proposing any capital projects at the time. May recall from the public ground plan, and you can see it here on the right, is that a concept plan was prepared as part of that plan. But I'll remind that the plan itself is intended just to be a reflection of community aspirations as opposed to being a prescriptive plan in the sense of, you know, we're showing a tree in this location, we're going to plant a tree in this location. It's more so a tool for council to evaluate proposals, whether it be from grassroots initiatives or from staff itself. As such, by doing so, we're avoiding any public expectations that we're committing to undertaking this work, as well as not trying to create any sort of expectation in terms of timing. With that being said, we do recognize that there are cases where improvements are proposed for the site, and accordingly we have integrated mechanism to evaluate those proposals. So specifically, site alterations are broken down into two different categories, either a minor improvement or a major improvement. A minor improvement is generally those low intensity improvements that are generally temporary in nature. They would not require express approval from the county. Essentially, by the county entering into this lease, they would acknowledge that these improvements are pre-approved in such a way. The definition for minor is explicitly given in the lease, so it's very clear in terms of what is minor and what is major. All improvements that are proposed as being minor would be subject to approval by the CAO. So essentially, if someone approached the municipality saying, I would like to create a new stone dust path on the property, that inquiry would be taken in by staff, and ultimately the decision would be given to the CAO. In contrast, a major improvement is generally anything that is not minor in nature. So these are permanent buildings or structures, the installation of utilities, any sort of expansion to existing parking areas, as well as any sort of permanent capital works that requires a building permit or planning approval. These types of improvements would need approval from both municipal council as well as county council, and by virtue of an amendment to the lease. So going back to the Carlton Place example, where they do have a specific site plan associated with their lease, the idea was any sort of major improvement would require an amendment to the lease, put in that schedule and reflect what's being proposed to be added. In evaluating these requests, there'd be specific requirements to give information with regards to who's building the project, who's taking on responsibility for it, what kind of insurance is required, etc. And that would all be provided to both local and county council prior to any decision.
Can I just ask, I noted that minor improvements have to be approved by the CAO. And major ones seem to be big deals that have to be approved by both this council and Leonard. But who will administer these processes? Would it be recreation or culture?
To the chair, planning would take on coordination of these improvement requests. But by the nature of the requests themselves, there would be a requirement to coordinate with other departments to gain their feedback. And the intent for a minor, for example, would be that coordination is happening behind the scenes before it's escalated to the CAO for a decision. So we would provide a specific technical circulation to these departments to give them an opportunity to provide any comments or objections at that time prior to the CAO making a decision. I do want to highlights here, in the case of a dispute amongst a proponent proposing an initiative regarding whether it is minor or major, that decision as to whether it is minor or major is proposed to be given to the CAO of the county. So specifically, Kurt is currently the CAO, so he'd be given the authority to say whether it is minor or major in the case of a dispute.
Thank you.
In terms of short-term financial implications, the framework of the lease contemplates generally an existing split of responsibilities. So we're not proposing to take on any new maintenance responsibilities. Like I said, they would continue to do their annual maintenance to the trail. We currently contract out to cut the grass as well as cut the trees or prune the trees and water. So we're not proposing any changes to that framework at this time. The real cost would come in the administration of the property in terms of granting these licenses. However, many of the users are repeat customers. So the prime example would be the farmers market, where they generally only have one license and they're not renewing it every month. So in terms of actual workload for staff, it'd be very minimal. And we don't anticipate that the frequency of improvements will be great. Thus not requiring a lot of staff time to do that coordination when escalated to the CAO or council if necessary. So with that, staff are recommending approval in accordance with the recommendation shown on the screen. That concludes my presentation.
I'm going to throw it open for questions and comments first, and then we will make a motion about the recommendation. Councillor Holmes and then Councillor Torrance.
Thank you. It's good to know that there's going to be a lease, but I do have a question. The land, where the Alameda is, like there's also that parking land. It's quite a bit wider. Does it include all that land?
Through the chair, it would include all of that area. As a part of this lease process, there is going to be a need to go out and do a survey to actually describe the specific parts that are included. So if you do go through the lease, you'll notice that there's a lot of note to drafts to insert part numbers. So there will be some work to do after the fact, but generally the area outlined in blue is representative of the area subject to the lease.
Thank you. Councillor Torrance.
Drew, what about works that are already in progress? And so I'm thinking about the lighting program, the lighting project that's in progress. And so does that fall under major or minor? And what happens to that that's already it's already on the books, I guess.
Through the chair, my understanding is that the lighting project is currently underway, and we've received confirmation from the county that they will see that project through to the end. But using that as an example, if that lighting project was to come up for discussion after this lease was in full force and effect, it would be considered a major improvement, given that it is a permanent utility that be installed. So it would be escalated to local council and county council.
Can I go to Deputy Mayor and then go back?
Sure.
I have just a couple of questions. Have you considered
Very then.
bringing in the full Alameda for
The Deputy Mayor uses my.
Have you considered bringing the whole
Ricky needed to use his mic. He has it on now.
Because in 5 years from now, there may be something on the other side of the bridge. Who knows? Yeah, and there's always walks and people in groups walking and stuff, so I was just wondering. And my second question is the Reserve Street plan going to come forward for this year's budget? That's two questions.
Through the chair, on your first question, there was not any consideration given to a lease agreement for the extended portion of the OVRT outside of the Alameda. Strictly because, this is coming forward as a result of the public realm plan that really considered that smaller corridor and the need for this framework, given the frequency of programming that occurs there, as well as the desire from, local community groups to continue, the organic growth, that has occurred to make this such a special place. So we can certainly take that back and have that conversation with the county, and that's the local council. But for the purposes of this lease, we did take a narrow focus of just this area. On your second question, no specific improvements to the parking areas are being proposed at this time. Staff are intending to bring forward a more comprehensive parking strategy for Almont as a whole, likely next year for consideration. As a part of the scope of that project, we would highlight potential opportunities for the Reserve Street area in terms of formalizing parking. Using, again, this as an example, the lease contemplates formalization of existing parking areas as a minor improvement. So that would be pre-approved under the lease to go ahead. Any sort of expansion of new parking areas would then require a major improvement in the amendment to the lease, with conversation occurring at County Council as well.
Councillor Torrance?
My second question was around how will you mimic the way that the county has worked with community organizations? And I'm thinking specifically around money collection and the issuing of charitable receipts. And so if you want to buy a bench, currently they're all sold, but you would give them the check to the county and be issued a charitable receipt. And the donations that went to the lighting project, the donations for many pieces, components of that have been administered by the county, and people do receive charitable receipts. Do you anticipate the same thing would happen when it's through Mississippi Mills?
That's through the chair. I'm going to say that neither drawer are up to date on sort of the ins and outs of issuing charitable receipts. So unless CAO Kelly has an immediate answer and knowledge on it, I would say that we can certainly get back to you on that.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? All right, could we go back to the recommendation then, please? Mr. Brennan will read that.
Chair, that committee will authorize the mayor and clerk to enter into a lease agreement with Lanark County for a portion of the Ottawa Valley Recreational Trail, OVRT, within the municipality of Mississippi Mills, which includes the Almont Alameda and the land adjacent to the Almont Cenotaph, for the purpose of operating and maintaining the public space and amenities, similar in effect to attachment A.
Could I have a mover and a seconder for that recommendation? Moved by Councillor Lowe, seconded by Councillor Torrance. Any other comments or questions? Deputy Mayor?
Are you going to get back to me about bringing in the whole Alameda, or is that just a wish?
Through the chair, I will bring that up with Lanark County CAO when we do meet to discuss the action council tonight and discuss potential next steps.
I just think that we're going to outgrow the Alameda in a few years when it comes to the trails.
Well, I think this whole thing is a living document. And that's entirely possible. And yes, in future we can, but at the moment, I think we're just going to formalize this change to the park that's has been developed. Okay? All in favor? Carried. And you just one question. You did mention something about the area around the cenotaph and said today you were going to concentrate on that, but that other area was going to come back in. And I don't think, other than the question, which was more general from the deputy mayor, that we really discussed that.
To the chair, given that there's no necessarily active programming on that component of the OVRT, staff were just proposing to include it within the framework of this lease, for continuity purposes, given that this section of the OVRT with the cenotaph are a single space. Currently, just given property lines, it does bisect our property and cenotaph, so for continuity reasons, it's included.
Okay.
But essentially, there wouldn't be any change. In terms of
And will clarify and facilitate communication between the Legion, which is the operative user of it, and the municipality. Thank you. Next, we have a recommendation. Report for Weaver's Way subdivision agreement phase 1B. And I will turn this over to Mrs. Knight.
Thank you, Chair.
You're very welcome.
I was laughing because Mrs. Knight is my nan's name, but I appreciate it. I will start off the presentation with just letting the committee know that we will be seeing a series of these staff reports coming in September 1st as well as September 15th for all of the subdivisions that have been draft approved so far. Just to ensure, as council's aware, that work has been continuing on all of them. And we just want to ensure that there's no delays in the registration of subdivisions and issuance of building permits in the fall because of the delays in council meetings because of the election. So the first one in the series is Weaver's Way Phase 1B. And on the screen is an illustration of the different phases for the residential part of Weaver's Way. Phase 1A, which is on the bottom left of the image, it has been registered for quite some time. Building permits, almost all of the building permits have been issued for that phase, and the developer is working on phase 1B at this time. They've already entered into a pre-servicing agreement for phase 1B and posted their securities and their insurance. A pre-servicing agreement is essentially about 85% of a subdivision agreement, which is a good indication that a subdivision agreement will be pending shortly. And so, as I mentioned, we'll be anticipating that phase 1B would be registered in the near future. And just a reminder that the real trigger for us is that building permits cannot be issued until a subdivision agreement is registered, because registering the subdivision agreement actually creates the physical lots as part of the subdivision plan. And it's a very short presentation because I just want to highlight that we are here at number 4 in terms of our process of how we clear conditions and register subdivision agreements. So the recommendation is to essentially provide that approval for staff to send off the clearance letter for the subdivision for phase 1B. Once the applicant has satisfied all those conditions that are listed in the attachments. And just a reminder that the county is the holder of the draft conditions, and they are the ones who go through and ensure that all agencies, including ourselves, the municipality, have satisfied all of the draft plan requirements, and then they inform the municipality that a subdivision agreement can be entered into. And so we're at stage 4 and anticipating that we'll likely be around stage 8 fairly quickly in the near future. And I will just leave the recommendation on the screen here.
But you could read it.
Absolutely. The committee of the whole recommend that council authorize the mayor and clerk to enter into a subdivision agreement for phase 1B of Weaver's Way, subject to receiving confirmation from the county of Lanark that all clearance letters for the subdivision have been received.
Hey, could I have a mover and seconder for that recommendation? Moved by Deputy Mayor Minnelli, seconded by Councillor Torrance. Any comments, questions? Seeing none. All in favor? Carried. Notice of motion number 6. I do not see any notice of motion, so we will go on quickly to quarterly reports. And I do not see any of those items, so information items. 8.1 correspondence. First is Eorn update. Letter from Minister and then Minister of Citizenship and Multiculturalism, and an open letter to the Government of Canada from the Corridor Trade Alliance. Would anyone like to speak to any of those? Mayor Lowry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's just a little spacing issue there on the information list items. There's also the MRPC Q2 updates to the shareholders. So I just wanted to make sure everyone had seen that and highlight that long-serving operations individual, Merlin Acton, has retired. Alex Mundy is now working with MRPC, local guy here from town. I also wanted to just share something. We had a meeting this week, yesterday, and the GM, Scott, had put together information from starting in 1919, and it was the number of Julys that had I'm gonna get the numbers wrong. I'm gonna wait till I get the slide, but it was a bananas indication of the severity of the weather that we're experiencing. It was a measure of July versus August and the wild variances. Anyway, there's only 10 that he had been able to capture since 1919 and 6 of them since 2000. So when I have the absolute right figures, I'll share it with all of you, but it's really pretty breathtaking and not a great way to see it demonstrating what our weather patterns would be these days.
Can I ask, when you do that, could you get them to provide some format so that when you do explain it, that we can put it up on the screen as a table so that everyone can see visually the graphic form, what you're talking about?
I'm just gonna have what he gave to us, so it may or may not be quite what you're imagining, but I will bring what he has and put it on the screen.
I suspect that people in the clerk's department are so intelligent, so able that they easily convert the figures.
I'm not gonna direct him, but if you want to direct him, you go for it. Madam Chair.
All right, moving along quickly.
Your microphone, please.
Oh, sorry,
Thank you.
the mayor's report.
Thank you. So just 3 things I wanted to point to briefly. There is the train alliance, which is an alternative to that has information on this list. Just after the agenda went out, I also received some updates from Alto themselves, and that'll be on the next agenda next Tuesday. So just so that you're aware of the back and forth that's going in terms of information. Not to say that the Corridor Train Alliance and Alto is going back and forth, just meaning the information that's coming to my desk and want to make sure it's available to the public and to all of you. Also on the next agenda will be some information that came through from the province about ride share. It was our MPP put forward, members bill to move forward some of the ride share framework that the province is trying to put in place, particularly for northern and rural communities. So the focus has been only on northern communities where the northern train will be coming through, and they've opened that up now to receive comments from other parts of the province. So something for us to take a look at. And I just also wanted to point out that the ABLE conference was exceptionally busy, and I think maybe next week we'll be in a place to be able to share some of the learnings. I very pleased to share that I was voted back as the caucus chair for the World Caucus of AMO, which means I continue to have those meetings at Queen's Park with the other caucus leaders. And a few other things I'd be happy to share with everyone. I'll write it down so that there's a report we discuss. Council Torres was busy going to concurrence and whatnot. The deputy mayor represented us in the county, so thank you for that, and a big thanks to our staff as well. So CEO do a lot of work to make sure we're prepared, and representing Mississippi Mills well. The other thing I wanted to point to from the emo conference was the delegation, and we can dig into this a little bit more next week as well. But we've heard for the third time that we're doing it right. We're doing the plans right. We've heard that from Ministry of Infrastructure twice. We've heard that from the Municipal Affairs Ministry as well. And what we also heard was an experience this week is that they're funding shovel-ready projects. And I think when we think about the child care, I mean, it's not just shovel-ready, it's, paint on the walls kind of level. So something for us to chew on a little bit maybe next week, but it's a clear message that we've got from the few ministries now, and it does feel risky to move forward with that kind of process, rather than something that we can really count on when we're thinking out about projects that are coming. But it is a message we've received very consistently and have lived with the child care center as well. So I think I'll leave it there, but we'll bring more information next week.
I think that Councilman Lowe has a question for you.
I'm just wondering, does that mean if we build it, they will pay for it?
I don't know.
But I get it. You're like, we need to be ready to move on something, and perhaps then the funding agreements will come. Yes.
It seems like that's the way that that projects are getting funded, and it's scary, but we've heard it, we've experienced it, so something for us to keep in mind.
8.3 County Councilors Report.
There's a bit of a lull at the county because of the holiday. I did a report last week, so next week I'm gonna double up for everybody. Lucky us. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Next, Mississippi Valley Conservation Authority report.
So, you've got all the minutes and Councillor Suter and I have been keeping you updated as things went along. I guess the one thing I would want to mention is that they now hired a part-time executive director, Kim Pilkington, to revitalize and revive the profile of the foundation. I'm not sure if we talked about that, but this is a woman who's going to help raise money, and she's very interested in talking to us about the mill of Kintail and how we can partner to raise money and that sort of thing. Let's see what else there's. Oh, and there's also been the amalgamation update. Playbooks have been provided, but were provided by the end of July on the transition, guide for work of each transition team, and also Summer Gaspring Robinson, who is the GM of RVCA, has been appointed as the project executive to oversee transition to and oversight the new state line region CA, and that's not unexpected. Also, the board directed staff to commence negotiations with the municipality of Mississippi Mills to assume ownership of the museum collections and to operate the operation of the mill of Kintail in 2028. So that's thing we have, and I think that's really the highlights that are important to us right now.
Thank you. And 8.5 Lanark County Police Services Board. since Councillor Ferguson is not present. And we did get a very complete report last time. We'll go on to library board report.
Thank you, Chair. The library board met last week. We reviewed the first draft of the library budget for 27. Everything, there's nothing surprising in it, and we gave the okay to go ahead and create the final one to hand in to the director. The main discussion was about the strategic plan. They've had 7 focus groups already, so they've talked to folks in Pakenham, the arts and culture groups, the homeschool communities, support organizations, rural community, and they met with a group of youth. And they've got some great information there. Next up is us, so they'll see us on Thursday morning, or they'll see us on Thursday for our sort of focus group with them. After that, they're doing an environmental scan. They'll work on mission, vision, purpose, and values. And then they will have to put all of this information together into a strategic plan for the next. It's hard to strategic plan out 5 years, 4 years, even 3 years right now is really difficult with the price of things. So I'm not sure yet where we're going to land, but it won't be a very long-term plan. That's it.
Thank you. And finally, the meeting calendar. We all shall reconvene in 1 week. I will see you in the same time and place.
I just want to,
Oh, except maybe I'm wrong.
no, you are not wrong. The clerks were wrong, and thank you for pointing it out. Our meeting date is September 1st and 15th for September. We had the error in the calendar, so just wanted to make sure everyone saw that.
Okay. Got it.
Thank you.
Anything else? Other new business? Hearing none. I declare this meeting adjourned at 9:21 p.m.